All right, welcome to the broadcast, everyone. Today, the Kansas City, Kansas Community College Blue Devils have just traveled across the state line on the north side in Kansas City to MCC, the Metropolitan Community College at Maple Woods here. Want to welcome everyone to the broadcast. Let me get my monitor turned down here. Wanted to be sure the audio was going through before I did anything else. This is an all natural field here on the campus of the Metropolitan Community College Wolves, and they are dragging the field, watering the field. Today we will play one 9-inning game. Want to thank you for joining me. Going to take a short break. We'll come back with the starting lineups. Welcome and thanks for joining me. All right, let's meet the starting lineups for today's baseball game. First for the Kansas City, Kansas Community College Blue Devils. Leading off in center field, Spencer Schmock. Batting second in left field, Freddie Nolan the fourth. Batting third at first base, Frankie Santiago. Batting cleanup, the designated hitter, Ian Woida. Batting fifth, the shortstop, Sawyer Tolk. Batting sixth, the third baseman, Cade Perry. Batting seventh in right field, Mark Elliott. Batting eighth, the second baseman, Harrison Barham. And batting ninth, the catcher, Tannen Buss, with Weston Freeze on the mound. So it'll be Smock, Nolan the fourth, Santiago, Woida, Talk, Perry, Elliott, Barham, and Buss. Your starting lineup for the Kansas City, Kansas Community College Blue Devils. Now the starting lineup for the Metropolitan Community College Wolves. Leading off, the designated hitter, Carson Schmidt. Batting second, the third baseman. I have to change that. I didn't change it on this lineup. Carson Schmidt will be playing second base. Batting second, Seth Mejia at third base. The designated hitter will be Broxton Cole batting third. Batting fourth, the first baseman, Jackson Bell. Playing shortstop, Jesus Sosa Quintana. Batting sixth in center field, Chase Phillips. Batting seventh, the catcher, Zach Kraft. Batting eighth in left field, Carter Belton. Batting ninth in right field, Colin Morris, with Ethan Veach on the mound. So it'll be Schmidt, Mejia, Cole, Bell, Sosa, Phillips, Kraft, Belton, and Morris for the Wolves of Metropolitan Community College. There's the starting lineups. We'll get this thing started here in about 13 minutes. Thanks for joining me. We'll be back in a few. Thanks. All right. Kansas City, Kansas Community College Blue Devils, they have a record of 13-8. They are 7-2 at home. They are 5-5 away, and they are 1-1 with neutral ball field. In conference, they are 2-2. They split with Labette. They went 1-1 at home last Thursday, and on Saturday traveled down to Parsons and went a split down there. So 2-2 in this young conference season. The Metropolitan Community College Wolves, they've played 24 games. They are 11-13. They're 8-5 at home. They're 3-8 away. They have not played any neutral sites, and they have not played any conference games thus far. So there are your records for the two teams playing today. Give a little bit of KJCCC information on the west side. Cloud is 8-0 in conference, so they've played two series. KCK had a bye the first week, so that's why they only have one series in. Barton is 7-1 in second. Third place is Butler. They're 6-2. Hutchinson is 4-4. Colby is 2-2. So there's your team that had the bye the first week on the west side. Garden City's 3-5. Dodge City and Pratt are both 1-7, and Seward is 0-4. On the east side, Johnson County is 8-0. Cali is 6-2 in second place. Coffeyville is in third place. They're 5-3. And Fort Scott and Kansas City, Kansas are tied for fourth. They are both 2-2 in the conference so far. In sixth place is Neosho. Tied for sixth is Neosho and Labette. They're both 3-5. In eighth place is Highland. They're 2-6, and Allen is 1-7. So Johnson County at the top of the east side of the KJCCC, and Cloud is 8-0 at the top of the west side. There's a little bit of information about the KJCCC, of which the Blue Devils will be competing, trying to make it to Grand Junction, Colorado for the Junior College World Series in the Division I. We're going to take a short break. We'll see if the umpires get down here. Here they come walking down the hill right now. We'll be ready to get this thing started in a few minutes. Thanks for joining me. All right, welcome back to the broadcast, everyone. Welcome to Tuesday afternoon baseball as the Blue Devils travel across to Metropolitan Community College up here on the North Missouri side of the Kansas City area. The Metropolitan Community College Wolves welcome the Blue Devils into their area on spring break here, so a very empty campus as we drove through to come out to the field, which there are a lot of spring breaks that are going on, much to the dismay of my wife that teaches, and her spring break was last week, and all of her sisters and all of our cousins and nieces and nephews, or most of them, are off this weekend. But nonetheless, we're going to have a baseball game here with the Blue Devils. On the mound is Ethan Veach for the Wolves. Veach brings to the mound with him a 4.85 ERA. The Blue Devils will lead things off with Schmock, Nolan the fourth, and Santiago. Today, want to welcome everyone to the broadcast. Taking a look down here to see about how many we have watching. Have a little bit of struggle with internet today. We'll see what it does. It currently tells me that things aren't as good as that it could be. But nonetheless, we see that the broadcast is still coming through. I can see it on my phone. First pitch is ball one to Spencer Schmock from Veach. That's way outside, so 2-0 the count. Schmock starts the day batting .321. The count now. May do some moving of my scoreboard here. 3-0 the count now. Don't particularly like my scoreboard over first base, but there's a leadoff walk to start things off. So a leadoff walk issued to Schmock. That's going to bring up Freddie Nolan the fourth. He starts the day batting .355. He'll step in. You know, the wind hasn't blown hardly at all today, and the game starts and the wind starts a-whipping here. There's a strike outside corner at the knees. 0-1 the count on Freddie Nolan the fourth. Belton, Phillips, Morris across the outfield. Mahira. There's back over to first. Nothing going on over there. Sosa, Schmidt, and Bell across the infield. So a balk is called and moved down to second base. Does Schmock with Kraft behind the plate and Ethan Veach on the mound for the Wolves. 0-1 the count. Breaking ball headed into the gap in left center. And that's going to be a base hit, going to hold up at third, and going to be runners at the corners with nobody out. That's going to bring up Frankie Santiago. Santiago will step in. Santiago switch hitter facing a righty, so he'll be in on the left-hand side. Santiago starts the day batting .339. He'll step in there with runners at the corners and nobody out. Low and inside, nice backhand get by Kraft there. Just a wonder that didn't get the feet of Santiago, but a nice job by the catcher Kraft to keep that from going back to the screen. A pass ball does not mean an automatic score at home here. It's very, very close, only about 15 feet. There's a ball headed to deep right center. Going back, taking a look at that is Morris. Morris has it as the sacrifice fly puts the Blue Devils up 1-0. That's going to bring up Ian Wojda. Wojda starts the day batting .300. Little visit to the mound. Wojda will step in now with 1 out, a runner at first base, and 1 run in. (1-0) for KCK here. There's a ball nicely blocked, but bounced out front, and Nolan able to get down to second base, and Nolan will move to second on the wild pitch. Want to know the count on Wojda? Comes the 1-0. The breaking ball stays inside. 2-0 the count on the designated hitter, Ian Wojda. Runner at second base. 1 out on the sac fly to score the run. That breaking ball stays outside. Wojda may not get anything too close to the zone here with first base empty. Santiago with a fly to deep right field to Morris to score that first run. That's high and inside, so base on balls. That's going to bring up Sawyer Tolk. Tolk starts the day batting .360. Wherever that chair is, if you want to. Of course, you can't see if you're in that chair. Runners at first and second now after the walk to Wojda. That's up high to Tolk. Tolk playing shortstop today. Non-conference action on Tuesday. Thursday, the Blue Devils traveled down to Chanute, Kansas for the Neosho Community College contest in conference. Here comes the 1-0. That's up a little bit high. 2-0 the count now. There's a strike right through there. Could you hand me that pen that's down there, please? I always carry a spare, but you never know when I might drop it. Thank you, sir. 3-1 the count now on Talk. There's a ball to Sosa over to third base for the fielder's choice. 6-5 to Sosa to Mejia. So 2 outs now, and that's going to bring up Perry. Ball brought Sosa to the right, so he just came on over for the force out to Mejia. Perry starts the day batting .224. Runners at first and second, 2 outs now. That's up just a little bit, 1-0 the count. One run in for the Blue Devils here in the top of the first inning. There's a hit by pitch on that breaking ball, stayed way in. That's going to bring up the right fielder, Mark Elliott. Elliott starts the day without any batting average. He's 0 for 5 so far, so I'm sure he'd like to get off of that. There's a strike called. A very small sample size for Elliott. 5 plate appearances, yet to have a base hit. That ball way out in front of that. Going to dribble down by Coach Sharp. So quickly 0-2 the count on Mark Elliott. Comes the 0-2, fouls that away. That was headed for the woods. Now, you talk about woods over at KCK. There's woods all back behind, but there was a tree that stopped that from going into the deep woods. So not sure what happened there on that. He fouled it away, but he's holding his wrist. Want to welcome everyone that has joined the broadcast. I have posted at 4ts.com, and I'm sure Jeff Wojda will be putting something on the WhatsApp app on the games on Thursday for the links. I'm sure he'll be putting those on. And then on Saturday, as usual, we will have the broadcast on youtube.com/4ts/streams. If you go to there, it will bring up the upcoming events for you. But the links will be out for the broadcast that is done by Neosho Community College. So his hand's okay, we think. So after fouling away that 0-2 pitch, we'll do the 0-2 again. Foul ball headed down the left field line. That's going to be out of play. The whole left field line and back behind us a little bit further. I'm sitting up on a small berm, and I'll show you the berm where the spectators are kind of sitting up and to the right field line. Here comes the 0-2 again. There's a breaking ball, catches the outside corner for the called strikeout. So the Blue Devils get 1 run on 1 hit. We go to the bottom half of the first inning. Blue Devils score 1. The Wolves of Metropolitan Community College coming up. All right, here we go to the bottom half of the first inning. On the mound for the Blue Devils is Weston Freeze. Freeze will toe the slab with his ERA of 6.75. Behind him from left to right in the outfield will be Nolan the fourth, Schmock, and Elliott. From left to right across the infield, Perry, Tolk, Barham, and Santiago, with Buss behind the plate and Freeze on the mound. So there's your starting defense for the Blue Devils. Now for the Wolves, they'll send up Schmidt, Mejia, and Cole. There's a strike on the first pitch to Carson Schmidt. He's the second baseman. Schmidt starts the day batting .286. 1-1 the count now on him. Breaking ball stays outside. 2-1 the count. That ball's a little bit low. 3-1 the count to the leadoff hitter, Carson Schmidt, playing second base today. There's a foul ball down to the feet. Brings the count full at 3-2. And a base on balls. So that's going to bring up the third baseman, Seth Mejia. There's a strike called. Mejia starts the day batting .297. Toss over to first. Nothing going on over there. Home on the count. Took a little bit off of that. Floated right through there, bottom part of the zone. 0-2 the count. Now on the third baseman, Seth Mejia. Low and outside. Buss with the backhanded pick on that ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Runner at first base. Bottom of the first inning action. The high fly ball into right field. That ball's going to be over the right fielder, Elliott, and the runner over to third. So the ball gets to deep right field. That's going to go in as a double. That's going to bring up Broxton Cole. Cole starts day batting .387. Runners at second and third with nobody out. There's a strike right through there. On 1 the count on the designated hitter, Cole. Fouls, swings through and misses for a strike 2. So quickly 0-2 the count on Broxton Cole. The ball headed at the shortstop. Talk over to first base for the 6-3 ground out, but that 6-3 ground out yields a run. That's going to bring up Bell, the first baseman, Jackson Bell. He starts the day batting .328. That's a strike inside at the knees. That misses for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Each team with a hit and each team with a run. Now 1-2 the count as he fouled that one up onto the berm over to the right of us. So 1-2 the count. Runner at second base is Mejia. There's a one-hopper right at the shortstop, Tolk. He's up with it and over to Santiago for the 6-3 ground out. That's going to bring up the shortstop, Jesus Sosa Quintana. He starts the day batting .323. He'll step in now with 2 outs and a runner at second base. Breaking ball gets away from the catcher. Runner moves to third base, does Mejia. Wild pitch there, breaking ball. Tough to handle, way inside. 1-0 the count, 2 outs. Freeze on the mound. Breaking ball way outside. Jose Quintana at the plate. Sosa Quintana. There's 3-0 outside on him. Comes the 3-0 pitch. Strike catches the inside corner. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner at third base is Mejia. Out in front of that, fouls it away, so now 3-2 the count. So the bases loaded when Broxton Cole hits a ground ball with the shortstop. He's out, but it plates a run to tie things up at 1. There's a swing and a miss for the strikeout. So the Wolves get 1 run on 1 hit. And at the end of 1, each team with 1, we're all tied up. We go to the top of the second. Thanks for being with me. I'll be back. All right, to the top of the second we go. Barham, Bus, and Schmock scheduled up for the Blue Devils. At the end of one, we're all tied up at one. Ethan Veach back to the mound for another inning of work for the Wolves. There's a strike inside half of the plate at the belt. Harrison Barham, the second baseman. Comes the 0-1 pitch to him, and there's a strike right through there. Barham starts the day batting .375. 0-2 on him. Just misses a little bit low and outside. That's a pretty tough pitch to take right there. But nonetheless, 1-2 the count. So ground ball hit it at the second baseman. Schmidt up with that and over to Bell for the 4-3 ground out. It's going to bring up the catcher, Tannen Bus. Bus will step in with one out and nobody on. Bus starts the day batting .154. That's up high, 1-0 the count. Top of the second inning action, 1 9-inning game scheduled today. That's up high for ball two, 2-0 the count. Non-conference game against teams that are just across the state line, Kansas and Missouri, to each other. There's a strike inside half of the plate. Strike called. Two and one. That misses inside. 3-1 the count now. You see the little bit of the mat at the backstop that I leave showing there at the bottom covers up home plate from us. There's a foul ball headed up to the berm. Three balls, two strikes on the catcher, Tannen Bus. Another foul ball headed over into the right field foul territory, so we'll do the 3-2 again. Three balls, two strikes, one out. All tied up at one, each team with one hit. Wind and pitch from Veach. That's a strike three called. Bus thought that was a little bit low, but nonetheless ruled as strike. So that's going to bring up Spencer Schmock. Schmock is from Aurora, Colorado. He walked his first time up. That misses inside, 1-0 the count. There's a ball headed into left field. That's past Sosa Quintana and headed to second base. Andy pulls back in and diving back into first. So Schmock with the base hit to be up there with runner at first base and two outs. That's going to bring up Freddie Nolan, the fourth. He's from Fort Worth, Texas. He had a base hit his first time up. He's up there with a runner at first base and two outs. Low and inside, breaking ball. The bottom dropped out of it, stayed inside and went low. Runner goes, and he stopped, but then when the ball bounced away, moved on to second base, so that'll be a wild pitch. That was in the dirt, not able to be blocked by Kraft. So now runner in scoring position with 2 outs with Nolan the fourth at the plate. The stretch and the pitch from Veach. That's down low. 3-0 the count. 1 minute, I think the wind's blowing in from right. The next minute, I think it's blowing out. It seems to be blowing out at this moment, which would favor Santiago, who's in the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss of that pitch, so 3-1 the count. So coach giving Nolan the fourth the green light on 3-0. A walk does not score that run from second base. So Nolan the fourth was looking to put something on the outfield grass. Here comes the 3-1. There's a ball headed into deep center field. That's going to one hop to the fence. So Nolan the fourth drives it to dead center, one hop up against the fence for the RBI double. It's going to make it 2-1. That's going to bring up Santiago. Santiago is from Calle, Puerto Rico. He'll step in with 2 outs and a runner at second base after the RBI double by Nolan the fourth. That's a breaking ball up over the top of the zone. Santiago drove it deep to right field his last time up for a sac fly. Sent Morris back deep. Morris looks playing awful shallow to me. We'll see how that works out. There's a ball that's outside and low, 2-0 the count. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs. 2-1 lead for the Blue Devils over the Metropolitan Community College Wolves. There's a strike at the belt outside half of the plate. 2-1 the count. On the first baseman, Frankie Santiago. There's a strike. Pretty much an unhittable ball right there if it's going to be called a strike, and it was in that situation. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Santiago had the first inning RBI with that long sac fly that I mentioned. There's a ball headed up the middle. That's going to be most likely an error on Sosa Quintana. We'll see how they score that. Now runners at the corners with 2 outs. Sosa Quintana was playing pretty much up the middle. I didn't see if they put hit or error up there, but nonetheless, that's going to bring up Wada. Wada is from Lincoln, Nebraska. He'll be up there with 2 outs and runners at the corners. There's a breaking ball right through the inside half of the plate at the knees. Wada walked his first time up. 0-1 the count. Runners at the corners, 2 outs, 1 run in. Just misses a little outside. I'd say that looked pretty good from here, but since I can't see the plate, not sure how far outside the catcher was set up on that. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, 2 on, 2-1 lead for the Blue Devils. And there's a hit by a pitch. It's going to load the bases for Tolk. Tolk is from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He reached on a fielder's choice his last time. There's a strike right through there. He had the bases loaded and pulled it to the shortstop. There's a bunt that's down. If that stays fair, and it's going to stay fair and be a base hit. You know, that's about all they could do with that. And I thought sure it would kick foul, but it stayed right on the edge of the natural turf for the bunt hit. That's going to bring up Perry. Perry is from Omaha, Nebraska. He's up there with the bases loaded and 2 outs. There's a strike right through there. So the 1 run was scored with 2 outs. We'll see if the Blue Devils can keep it going here and see if Perry can get something on the grass. That misses a little bit low and inside. 0-1 the count. Bases full of Blue Devils. There's a breaking ball, catches the inside corner from Veach. Foul ball just, that might have been right where my truck would have been sitting if I'd have decided to leave it there, but decided there wasn't enough trees protecting that. So 1-2 the count. Perry was hit by a pitch his first time up. Comes the pitch. Breaking ball, and there's a high chopper to Mahira, and he's going to tag the runner coming over from third for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Blue Devils plate 1 run on 3 hits. We go to the bottom half of the 2nd inning. Blue Devils leading 2-1. All right, to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Freeze with a strike right through there. Phillips, Kraft, and Belton scheduled up. There's a ball all the way back to the screen, 1-1 the count. Phillips starts the day batting .246. Comes the 1-1 from Freeze. That misses inside. So ground ball headed to the right side of the shortstop Talk. And he's up with it, and the throw pulls him off. Probably be an infield hit right there. Did a nice job getting over and getting the backhand. It's going to bring up the catcher, Zach Kraft. Kraft will be up there with nobody out and a runner at first base. Kraft is batting .143. That ball misses outside. 1-0 the count. There's a strike right through there. 1-1 the count. The guys on the scoreboard, if that there, they've got it up there. I thought maybe I hallucinated, but I guess not. 1-1 the count. Runner at first base. Toss over to first base. Little half-hearted tag by Santiago on Phillips. All safe. Chase Phillips, the center fielder for the Wolves. Comes the 1-1. Foul ball back to the screen. That ball come back, hit a pole and bounced right back. And Tannen Buss with the grab of the ball off the backstop pole. 1-2 the count now. All right, I have the score wrong. There's a steal attempt and gonna be out at second base, so Phillips caught stealing. And I missed getting one of our runs put up. Should be 3-1, so there I get that changed. 1 out now. That's high and inside on Kraft. Ball is fouled back behind things. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and an out, 1 out. Foul ball back and hits another one of the backstop poles. So 2 foul balls in a row that have caromed off the poles. Not just the screen, but the poles. Need to find out who the other RBI was. I'll see if the guys can find that out for me. There's a ball back to the pitcher. And, guys, was that a little nubber or a bunt? Little nubber back to the pitcher. I looked down to check on things. Back to the pitcher for the 1-3 ground out for the second out of the inning. That's going to bring up Carter Belton. Belton takes the ball for the first pitch. Belton starts the day batting .294. He's the left fielder for the Wolves. There's a breaking ball, stays above the zone right there. 2-0 the count. Blue Devils leading 3-1. Comes the 2-0 pitch. There's a strike inside half of the plate, the strike called. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Nobody on. There's a strike called. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the second inning. Blue Devils scored 2 in the top half. They lead 3-1. That ball misses a little bit low and inside, so 3-2 the count. It's a high fly ball to center field. Schmock is back and takes care of that. So an unconventional 3 up, 3 down. The Wolves get a base hit, but he's erased by a caught stealing. And then a couple of ground out and a fly out. So no runs on 1 hit for the Wolves. And we go to the top of the 3rd inning. Blue Devils leading 3-1. I'll be back. All right. To the top of the 3rd inning we go. Blue Devils were scheduled to send up Elliott, Barham, and Buss. Ethan Veach back for another inning of work. Elliott fouls that one down into the woods. Elliott is from Olathe, Kansas. The last time he hit a foul ball, it hurt his grip, one of his grips on his hand. He's pulled it off and heading back to the dugout. So we're going to have a pinch hitter here for Elliott. Elliott is playing in right field. He was called out on strikes his first time up. So a pinch hitter will be John Kaimi. Kaimi's from Kansas City, Missouri. He will take over with a count of 0-1 as Elliott's hand is injured and not able to continue. So Kaimi will inherit an 0-1 count. Trainer from MCC, Metropolitan Community College, going over to take a look at Elliott's hand, I believe. There's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count. Top of the 3rd inning action, Blue Devils leading 3-1. There's a ball headed to the edge of the berm out in right field, a little further to the right, and you might have seen a couple people scattering down there as you see people sitting out on the berm. There's a base hit headed into right field. So Kaimi headed to second base, and he's in with a double into the right field corner. So Kaimi with the pinch hit double into the right field corner, and that's going to bring up Harrison Barham. Barham is from Kansas City, Missouri. Squares to bunt, and the bunt is down. And it's going to stay fair. So Barham with the bunt. So runners now at first and third. That's going to bring up Tannen Buss. Buss is from Olathe, Kansas. Catcher Kraft out in front of the plate to give some signals to his infield on how they're going to cover the first and third. So stealing and bunting defense most likely. Squares to bunt. Pulls back, takes a ball outside. Buss was called out on strikes his first time up. 1-0, there's the bunt coming for home, and he's going to be safe at first. So a mishandled play. I'm not sure how they will score that. The run scores. He bunts it hard down the first baseline, and the first baseman, Bell, comes in, and on the scoreboard, it's listed as a hit. So a run in. So back to the top of the order, and Schmock. Schmock has a base on balls and a base hit so far. 4-1 now the lead. Squares to bunt, takes a strike. See if I can get caught up on some bookwork. There it is. 4-1 the lead now here in the top of the third inning. Scheduled 9-inning game. Veach going to turn back to second base. Sosa Quintana comes in behind. He's playing way over. So they're playing Schmock to be late with the swing. There's a strike called at the knees on the outside corner as the wind picks up. Comes the 0-2, just a little bit low. Little bit of a flinch out of the umpire there, just about went, and then decided against it. So 1-2 the count. Barham at second, Buss at first. There's a foul ball up and over the top of us. So 1-2 the count now. Runners at first and second. Nobody out. One run in the inning to make it 4-1. There's a ball that's inside, so 2-2 the count. Two balls, two strikes, 2 on. Nobody out. High and inside, so 3-2 the count now. Three balls, two strikes, 2 on, nobody out. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. So 1 out now. That's going to bring up Nolan the fourth. Nolan the fourth has a base hit and a double. The double in the second was for an RBI. He's up there with 1 out and runners at first and second base. That's up high for ball one. 1-0 the count. Comes the 1-0. That's just a little bit low. Looked pretty good from up here, but with the pad of the backstop cutting off to where we can't see home plate makes it really hard to tell the height of those pitches. 2-0 the count now. There's a strike right through there. 2-1 the count on the left fielder, Freddie Nolan the fourth. There's a backhand by Kraft to keep that ball from going back to the screen. 3-1 the count on Nolan the fourth. Comes the stretch and the 3-1 from Veach. There's a high fly ball into right field, and that's going to be over the head of the right fielder and going to be just a single because the other two runners had to hold up. So it's not often you hit a ball off the wall and you get a single, but Nolan the fourth with the long fly ball to right. That's going to bring up Santiago. Santiago has a sac fly to right. There's a ball that off the glove. That ball was scorched to the backhand side of the second baseman. I'm guessing that's going to go as a hit as well. Santiago rips one, and if he catches that, he catches it on the backside. So Santiago with the double. How many runs scored on that, guys? Two runs for that. Got the guys over here doing a little bit of spotting work for me. That's going to make it 7-1. A little visit to the mound by Kraft. Seven to 1 here in the top of the inning. That brings up Woida. Woida has been walked and hit by a pitch, yet to have an opportunity to put the ball in play. There's a swing and a miss at that one. 0-1 the count. Runners at second and third. Nolan the fourth at third. Santiago at second. Woida at the plate. There's a ball to the right-hand side. Great job of hitting. You got two guys at second and third, and Woida is hitting it right through the right side. Nice job of hitting for 2 RBI. That's going to bring up Talk. Talk has a bunt hit for an RBI and reached on a fielder's choice. Toss over to first, nothing going on over there. There's that strike called. 0-1 the count. On the shortstop, Sawyer Talk. 9-1 now the lead for the Blue Devils. Toss over to first, still back in there safe. A lot closer on that one, but back diving headlong is Woida. Bell with the tag, but not before Woida reaches the bag. That ball's a little bit high. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Swing and a miss, and Headed down to second for the out. So maybe a hit and run there that ends up in a caught stealing. So 1-2 the count with 2 outs now. That just misses. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ground ball headed at Sosa Quintana. And he throws a 1-hopper, so that's going to be an error on the shortstop. Probably has plenty of time to set and throw there, but decides to throw on the run, and runner safe at first. That's going to bring up Cade Perry. He's been hit by a pitch and was caused the third out on a fielder's choice to the third baseman, Mejia. Takes ball 1 there, does he? First at bat, he was hit by a pitch. There's a strike, catches the outside corner, 1-1 the count now. Runner at third is Tolk. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. So the Blue Devils get 6 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. We go to the bottom half of the third inning. Blue Devils leading 9-1. Thanks for joining me. I'll be back. To the bottom of the third we go. Blue Devils score 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 5 in the third. It should be 8 up there rather than 9. That is Colin Morris. Morris starts the day batting .357. There's a foul ball headed up to the berm where people are sitting. Caused a little bit of havoc up here. Comes the pitch from Freeze, and another ball fouled up here. Up here behind us. comes the 0-2 breaking ball. Called strike. Looked a little wide from up here, but again, we can't really see home plate due to the padding. So Morris is called out on strikes. So back to the top of the order, and Carson Smith. He's the second baseman. He reached on a base on balls his last time up. And a fair ball called. So Carson Schmidt is out. Coach questions that. He's going to go down and look. All right, fellas, help me out. I looked down. Was it a bunt or like a check swing? Well, as a kid growing up, for me, it was always your hand was part of the bat. So if it hit your hand while it was on the bat, it wasn't. And nowadays, the ball comes so fast, it's hard to tell what it hits. But as of right now, we see what we get called here. And it is going to be called so it's going to end up being a strike rather than a bunt in fair. So a little bit of switch things. Don't usually get a change. There's 0-1 the count. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out to Carson Schmidt. He walked to lead off the game, his second at bat in this one. It's a high fly ball on the infield. It's going to be taken care of by Santiago. That's going to bring up the third baseman, Seth Mejia. He had a double to the wall in right field his first time. Foul back and out of play over the first base dugout. 0-1 the count on Seth Mejia, way outside. 1-1 the count. Freeze back for another inning of work. Just a little bit low is that pitch. There's a strike called. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Just gets a little piece of that pitch, enough that Tannen Buss, the catcher for the Blue Devils, not able to hang on to it to record the strikeout. So we'll do the 2-2 again. Breaking ball a little bit outside. Nibbling it at the corner, didn't quite get it. Broxton Cole with the only RBI for the Wolves. There's a swing and a miss for the strikeout. So 3 up, 3 down, a couple of strikeouts and a fly to Santiago at first. No runs on no hits. We go to the top of the 4th. Blue Devils leading 8-1. All right, to the top of the fourth inning we go. Blue Devils up 8-1. Veach back for another inning of work. Belton Phillips Morris across the. There's a hit by pitch. Not sure where our gal is. Here she comes. So Kaimi up to bat and takes one high and inside off the noggin. Everybody crazy quiet. Kind of be the same here. So the trainer from Metropolitan Community College checking him out for concussion. Kaimi came on for Elliott, who had a couple of foul balls that somehow or another stinging his hand and or wrist area for some reason, and Kaimi comes in and promptly takes an 0-1 count that he inherits and drives a double into the right field corner. He was leading things off here in the top of the fourth for the Blue Devils. So Carter Towns will come in to run for Kaimi. Kaimi is hit by a pitch. So that's going to bring up Harrison Barham. Barham has a ground out and a bunt hit. Takes a strike called right there. So 0-1 the count on Barham. Just misses for a ball. 1-1 the count. Runner at first base is Towns. He enters the game after Kaimi is hit by a pitch off the helmet. There's a ball headed into deep right center. On the run is Phillips. Phillips catches up with that. A nice running play by Phillips in center field to take care of that, way over in right center. That'll bring up Buss. Buss will step in now with one out and a runner at first base. Buss swings and misses at that first pitch. He was called out on strikes in the second. Had an RBI bunt hit down the first baseline in the second. There's strike two called. 0-2 the count. Buss the catcher. Comes the 0-2 from Veach. Curveball outside. In the dirt, nicely blocked by Kraft. 1-2 the count. That's outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 1 on. There's a toss over to first. Back in safely is Towns. The stretch in the pitch from Veach. There's a ball headed up onto the berm down the right field line. Two and two the count. That ball's up just a bit. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and an out. Foul ball headed up toward the people on the berm. Young man with a stab to catch that one and ends up with a stinging hand. But he may have saved a dog or a dad. There's a ball headed into left center. That's going to be taken care of by the center fielder. Phillips gets it back in, and back over to first is Towns. So Phillips runs one down in right center, runs that one down in left center, and Towns all the way down to second base has to retreat. So a couple of flyouts after they hit by pitch. Toss over to first, back in safe. Spencer Smock at the plate. He's reached on a base on balls, had a base hit, and struck out. Swing and a miss at that pitch there. 0-1 the count on the center fielder, Spencer Smock. Throw over to first, back in safe. Comes the 0-1 from Veach. Runner goes. Throw is made. That's going to be a stolen base by Towns. So now a runner in scoring position for Smock. Wouldn't be surprised to see him come back with a bunt right here. We'll see. Going to toss back to second, turn back, nothing going on over there. One and one the count. Curve ball breaks sharply, but outside. 2-1 the count. Comes the stretch and the 2-1. Just misses outside. That pitch looked pretty good right there. 3-1 the count. Belton, Phillips, Morris across the outfield. Mahira, Sosa, Schmidt, and Bell across the infield with Kraft behind the plate and Veach on the mound. There's a swing and a miss. So 3-2 the count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner at second base is Towns. And a base on balls. So Smock 1 for 2 with a couple of walks and a base hit. That's going to bring up Nolan the fourth. He has 3 hits, a couple of singles, and an RBI double. He's up there with 2 outs and 2 on. There's a strike. at the knees, right down the middle. Nice movement on that ball right there. Comes the 0-1. Just misses a little bit outside. Catcher must be sitting way up because he didn't move much for that one. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs, 2 on. There's a strike, catches the outside corner. Nolan the fourth in left field. Batting in the number 2 hole today. Breaking ball outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Comes the 2-2 from Veach. Way out in front and just gets a piece of that one off the end of the bat. Foul ball backing out of play. That may get a car up here. Rolls back there between the KCK bus and my van back there. Thought I was pretty safe where I put it. 2 balls, 2 strikes again. That's outside. 3-2 the count. Blue Devils have scored in each of the first 3 frames. 2 outs here. The possibility of leaving this one open. With the swing and the miss. So the Blue Devils get no runs on no hits. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Blue Devils leading 8-1. Pitching change made by the Blue Devils. Jose Toledano, lefty, comes to the mound. He misses outside, ball 1. Cole, Bell, and Sosa Quintana scheduled up for the Wolves. That misses outside for a ball. Will probably been a strike, but the catcher didn't hang on to it. Toledano is from Weston, Florida. Two and 0 the count. That misses outside. Toledano has a 22.5 ERA, so at some point gave up a lot of runs in a short period of time. 3 and 0 the count. There's a strike right through there. 3 and 1 the count. There's a ball hit into left field. Going to be a base hit for Cole. He grounded out to short his last time up. It's going to bring up Jackson Bell. Runner at first base. Swing and a miss. Oh, and 1 the count. There's a ball in the dirt. That's going to be a wild pitch. And the runner will move up after the base hit. So down to second base goes Broxton Cole. 1 and 1 the count on Bell. Ball came up on Bus, so the Blue Devils with some physical ailments today already. A couple of players that are Pachorik and trying to think who my other injury is besides Pachorik. And Brady Kern. I wondered about Finley, wasn't sure. That ball's inside, not far enough away for the runner to move up. So Kern and Pachorik with injuries right now. 2 and 1 the count. Another ball back out in front, nicely blocked by Bus. Three and 1 the count now. Toledano on in relief of Freeze. There's a base on balls to Bell. So runners at first and second. We're going to get a visit to the mound. Runners at first and second. Nobody out. Freeze goes 3 innings. He gives up 1 run on 2 hits. Toledano comes in relief for him. Coach go out to visit with him a minute. We'll take a quick break. So the words of wisdom have been imparted to Toledano from Coach Golbeck. Jesus Sosa Quintana squares to bunt, pulls back, and the ball goes back to the screen, and two runners move up on the pass ball, so no reason for the sacrifice bunt now. Sosa struck out his first time up. Squares to bunt, pulls back, takes down low. 2-0 the count. Jesus Sosa Quintana at the plate. Shortstop for the Wolves. Squares to bunt. Takes low, ball 3. 3-0 the count. Nobody out. Runners at second and third. Comes the stretch and the pitch from Toledano. There's ball 4. So the bases loaded, and up comes Chase Phillips. Phillips had a base hit in the second inning. We're going to get a pitching change. We'll find out who that is. We'll be back. Blue Devils leading 8-1 here in the bottom of the fourth. Pitching change being made by the Blue Devils. Number 25, Avery Orovitz from Wildwood, Missouri, comes in. We were over in St. Charles, and that was only about 20 miles from home. Got to see his family over there. So they may be watching today on the broadcast, and if so, I appreciate it. Orovitz has a 4.5 ERA. He has 5 appearances. 5 strikeouts and 5 walks. He inherits the bases loaded with nobody out. Takes inside ball 1. First pitch from Avery Orovitz. Orovitz with second pitch. Breaking ball, catches the bottom part of the zone down the middle. Chase Phillips at the plate. Phillips had a base hit his first time up, right through the hole between third and short. There's a high fly ball into right center. Coming in to take care of that. That's going to be a sac fly. Will score 1 run. So the sac fly by Chase Phillips makes the score 8-2. That brings up Kraft. Kraft grounded back to the pitcher on a little nubber his first time up. Kraft takes ball 1, 1-0 the count. That's a little bit inside, 2-0 the count. One out, runners at first and second base. 1 run in the inning. That's up high. 3-0 the count now on the catcher, Zach Kraft. There's a strike inside corner at the knees, 3-1 the count. Towns, Smock, Nolan the fourth across the outfield. Perry, Tolk, Barham, Santiago across the infield. Oravet's now on the plate, and there is a hit by pitch. So that's going to load him back up. Carter Belton, the left fielder, he flew out to center field his last time up. Bases full of Wolves. And an RBI hit by a pitch right there. That's going to bring up Morris. Makes it 8-3. 2 runs in the inning, 1 on a sac fly, 1 on a hit by a pitch. Coach Golbeck going to go out and visit with Orvets a bit. We'll take a break. I'll be back. All right, 2 runs in the inning so far. Makes the total 8-3. Bases loaded, 1 out. Colin Morris, the right fielder, he takes the inside. He was called out on strikes his first time up. He's up there with the bases loaded and 1 out facing Orvets. Need a 1 hopper right to a middle infielder here to get out of this thing. That's inside for ball 2. Colin Morris would like to get something on the outfield grass. Orvets thinks otherwise. Here we go, 2-0 the count. There's a strike breaking ball, lower part of the zone, outside half of the plate. Blue Devils 8 run on 10 hits. Wolves 3 runs on 3 hits. There's a ball, stays inside, so 3-1 the count. Broxton Cole led this inning off with a base hit. It's been walk, sac fly, hit by pitch since then. That ball misses a little bit high for ball 4. So there is a base on balls for a run, and now back to the top of the order for the Wolves. You certainly don't like to give up hit by, and back to the top of the order. There's a strike called. So 8-4 now the score. Schmidt, the second baseman, he's reached on a base on balls and grounded up. There's a high chopper to third base. Over to second base was Perry. I think I'd have stepped on the base and then gone to first, but Perry chooses to go to second for the fielder's choice, and that scores another run. That's going to bring up Seth Mejia. Mejia has doubled and struck out. 8-5 now the score. Strike. So runners at the corners now after the fielder's choice by Perry at third base over to Barham at second. There's a toss over to first, back in safely. The ninth hitter. There's a high fly ball into left field. Coming in to take care of that. Actually, the shortstop, Tolk, goes out to take care of that. So the Wolves get 4 runs on 1 hit. And we go to the top of the 5th inning. We're approaching halfway through this one. Blue Devils leading 8-5. I'll be back. All right, to the top of the 5th inning we go. Santiago, Woida, and Tolk scheduled up. A high fly ball into shallow right field. It's going to be taken care of by Morris, the right fielder. So 1 pitch, 1 swing, 1 out. That's going to bring up Woida. Woida will step in. Woida had a 2 RBI base hit right between 3rd and 4th with a nice job just slapping it through there, scoring 2 runs from 2nd and 3rd. Not sure where that missed. That's a pretty good looking pitch right there. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning to Woida. There's a ball fouled out of play up here onto the berm. 1-2 the count now on the designated hitter, Ian Woida. Another foul ball headed up onto the berm. We'll do the 1-2 again. It's a ground ball headed to the backhand side of Sosa Quintana and throws a 1-hopper over to Bell. So he stays with it on the grass and gets the ground out. It's going to bring up Sawyer Tolk. Tolk takes ball 1. He's reached on a fielder's choice, had a bunt hit for an RBI and reached on an error that also yielded a run. So 2-0 the count to the shortstop, Sawyer Tolk. There's a strike on the outside corner. 2-1 the count. Comes the wind and the pitch from Veach. That's in the dirt. Comes the 3-1. Fly ball down the right field line. That's going to go into the corner where we can't see it. That's going to be foul. Three and two the count now. Comes the wind in, the 3-2 from Veach. There's a ball headed into left field. And Tolk with the base hit right through the hole. So 2 for 4. With a couple of base hits and one of them a bunt hit and an RBI for Sawyer Tolk. That's going to bring up Cade Perry. Perry's been hit by a pitch, grounded into a fielder's choice, and struck out. So he is 0 for 2. There's a strike called 0 for 2 with a hit by a pitch. Is the third baseman Cade Perry. Runner at first is Sawyer Tolk, the shortstop, after the base hit into left. Little toss over, nothing going on over there. Bell tries to apply a tag and the ball escapes. 0-1 the count. Going to be a snap throw down there by the catcher, Kraft, and the ball shoots out of his hand. So he doesn't get to make the throw. 1-1 the count on Cade Perry. That's down low, 2-1 the count. Perry, the third baseman for the Blue Devils. Blue Devils with an 8-5 lead. There's a ball headed into the gap in right center. Going to be extra bases. It's going to be an RBI double for Cade Perry. Drives one to the gap in right center for the RBI. Makes it 9-5. Little visit to the mound by Kraft. Guys, would you help me with this pitcher's number? Is it still the guy that started the game? Because I think it's 25 has come in. So they made a pitching change, and I did not get the change on it. Carter Towns came in after the injury to Kaimi. He is at the plate. Towns started the day batting 188. Came in to run after Kaimi was hit by a pitch. So I believe they snuck a pitching change in on me. There's a swing and a miss of that pitch. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bronco Witt, I believe, to be the pitcher now. Ball just misses. So 3-2 the count. So Bronco Witt on the mound for the Wolves. There's a foul ball backing out of play. Witt came to the mound with his 6.97 ERA. He has 2 outs with a runner at second base facing Towns. Little number out front, going to field that and over to first base for the 1-3 ground out. So the Blue Devils get 1 run on 2 hits. They now lead 9-5 as we've made it halfway through this one. We go to the bottom half of the 5th inning, scheduled 9-inning game. We'll be back. All right, the Blue Devils making the pitching change. Tall lefty number 99, Caleb Deere. He has a 2.13 ERA. He is from Overland Park, Kansas. He will face Cole, Bell, and Sosa Quintana. Cole has a RBI ground out and a base hit and a stolen base. 0-1 the count. There's a foul ball back to the screen, 0-2 the count. There's a fly ball headed down the right field line. That is going to be foul and out of play. No sense in moving the camera down there because the dugout covers it up. 0-2 the count again. Deere on the mound, Towns, Schmock, Nolan the fourth across the outfield, Perry Tolk, Barham Santiago across the infield, bus behind the plate with Deere on the mound. That ball misses low and inside. 1-2 the count. Pitch from Deere. And there's a little high chopper over to the dugout at third base for the Wolves. So 1-2 the count. But approaching the sixth pitch of the at-bat. Just a little bit up and outside. 2-2 the count. It's outside. 3-2. Broxton Cole, the designated hitter in this one. It's down low for ball 4. It's going to bring up Bell. Bell has grounded out and reached on a base on balls. 9-5 the lead for the Blue Devils. There's a strike outside corner. Comes the 0-1. That's up high. 1-1 the count. Deer on in relief. There's a strike, bottom part of the zone, inside half of the plate. 1-2 the count. May have a pickoff right here. Nothing going on over there. 1-2 the count. Jackson Bell, first baseman at the plate. He's grounded out to talk it short and walked. Swing and a miss of that heater for the strikeout. That's going to bring up Jesus Sosa Quintana. He is struck out and walked. 9. 9-inning game scheduled. Runner goes and throw just a little bit up toward the first base side, or maybe would have set him down. Nonetheless, a stolen base by Broxton Cole. Sosa Quintana with a strikeout and a walk so far. It's outside. Two and 0 the count. Two balls, no strikes. Runner at second base is Cole. He's out there with one out. Ball's low and inside. 3-0 the count now. Balk is called, no pause. So over to third goes Cole. We'll do the 3-0 again. And pass ball on the ball by the catcher there, and the run's going to score on that pass ball. So a stolen base, a balk, and a pass ball, and a run scores. 9-6 now the lead. There's ball 1, 1-0 the count to Sosa Quintana. There's a swing and a miss of that heater. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Comes the 1-1. Runner goes. There's a ball headed to center field. Didn't have to move much, did Smock, and the runner was off, and he had to come back. So Phillips flies out to center field. Brings up Kraft. Kraft is grounded back to the pitcher and been hit by a pitch. A little 9-2. 5 throw over to first. Nothing going on over there. 2 outs. Base on balls. Ends up scoring. Then a strikeout, a base on balls, and a fly out. There's a strike called in. Gonna be caught stealing. So Sosa Quintana is caught stealing. No runs. 1 run on no hits. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Blue Devils leading 9-6. All right, to the top of the 6th we go. Barham, Buss, and Schmock scheduled up. Barham is grounded out, had a bunt hit and a fly out. Joel Pulacek on in relief for the Wolves. Top of the 6th inning action. Blue Devils leading 9-6. There's a strike right through there. And ball 4. So Barham with the walk. It's going to bring up Tannen Bus. Bus will step in with a runner at first base. And nobody out. Top of the 6th inning action. Runner at first base. Nobody out. There's a strike called. 0-1 the count. Bus has been called out on strikes. Had a bunt hit up the first baseline and out on a deep fly to right center. Toss over to first. Nothing going on over there. Breaking ball right up the middle. Sosa Quintana over to Schmidt. On to Bell for the 6-4-3 ground out. So Sosa playing kind of up the middle, takes that one and underhands it to Schmidt on over to Bell for the 6-4-3. Back to the top of the order and Smock. Polacek on in relief. First pitch is a ball to the center fielder, Spencer Smock. He's walked a couple of times, had a base hit and a strikeout. So 1 for 2 on the day. There's a high fly ball to left center. Going back deep to Phillips, and Phillips gets that one deep at the track. So a 3-up, 3-down inning for Polacek. No runs on no hits. We go to the bottom half of the 6th. Blue Devils leading 9-6. All right, the Blue Devils with a pitching change. Will Ginthy from Lincoln, Nebraska comes in. A left-hander. There's high for ball 1. Kraft, Belton, and Morris scheduled up for the Wolves. Ginthy has a 9.00 ERA. First pitch was a ball. Here comes the second pitch. Strike on the inside corner at the knees. Will Ginthy from Lincoln, Nebraska, now on the mound. Towns, Schmock, Nolan the fourth across the outfield. Perry, Tolk, Barham, and Santiago across the infield. And Tanner Buss behind the plate. Will Ginthy on in relief. Foul ball backing out of play. 1-2 the count. It's a ground ball headed at the shortstop, Tolk. He's up with it and over to Santiago for the 6-3 ground out. That's going to bring up Carter Belton, the left fielder. He's been out on a fly to center field and has a hit by a pitch for an RBI. There's a ball headed into deep right center. On the run is Nolan the fourth, and that's a home run by Carter Belton out to right field. So 9-7, there's a strike called to Colin Morris. Morris has been called out on strikes and has an RBI base on balls. It's in the dirt and all the way back to the screen. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 run in on the home run by Carter Belton. Strike 2 called. One ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a foul ball. We'll do the 1-2 again. Comes the pitch from Ginthy. Foul ball down the right field line. That's headed for the trees down the right field line. We'll do the 1-2 again. Just gets a piece of that. Two balls and 2 strikes now. Foul ball backing out of play. Another foul ball backing out of play. So 2-2 the count. 7th pitch of the at-bat, I believe, coming up. And a strikeout. Going to toss it down to first to finish the strikeout. So 2 outs now. Back to the top of the order. Carson Schmidt, the second baseman. He's reached on a walk. Flew out to Santiago at first base and had a base hit past the second baseman, Barham into right center. Had an RBI on that particular hit. 1-0 the count on him. Two and 0 the count now. Will Ginthy on in relief of Deer, Orovets, Toledano, and Freeze. 3-0 the count now. There's a strike called, 3-1 the count. Nine to 7 the score. 1 run in the inning on the home run. There's a swing and a miss for a strike. Home run was by Carter Belton, the left fielder. He has a couple of RBI in this game, one on a hit by pitch and one on a home run. There's a play that's going to be probably fouling out of play. Yes, it is. Couldn't see it for the dugout. Santiago went over and took a look, but out of play. Comes the wind in the 3-2. There's a ball headed into shallow center field. So Schmidt with a base hit into left center. 2-out hit. That's going to bring up the shortstop, Seth Mejia. He's had a double, a strikeout, and a pop out into shallow left field. That's high and outside for ball one. 1-0 the count. Little toss over to first, back in safely. Believe my internet to be a little bit sketchy. Sorry about that. Hopefully the audio will stay good and or the video come back. So a base hit into right field. Runner going for home. Can't get the handle, can the third baseman. So Carson Schmidt just keeps a running. And Mejia with the base hit. Makes it 9-8. That's going to bring up Broxton Cole. Squares to bunt, pulls back for ball one. Ball two misses. Believe the internet is being a little bit flaky with me. Sorry about that. 2-0 the count. Three and 0 the count now. This is 3-1. The internet is and the base on balls. Going to get a visit to the mound. We'll take a short break, see if any changes are made. Get a base on balls, and Jackson Bell coming to the plate. I'll be back. All right, the pitching change has been made. James Dooley will come on. He has a 7.71 ERA. He is from Kansas City, Missouri. Internet not being so nice to us right here, right now. Hopefully it will pick back up. Jackson Bell steps in. 9-8 the score. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. There's a foul. Fly ball over here in front of the dugout and taken care of by Santiago. Popped out of his glove, but he was able to hang on to it. So 2 runs in the inning. We go to the top of the 7th inning with the Blue Devils leading 9-8. I hope the internet stays with us and comes back a little better. I'll be back. Top of the 7th we go. All right, to the top of the 7th we go. Need to get a little more bookwork done here. There's a strike to Nolan the 4th. Polacek back for another inning of work. Top of the 7th. Here. 1-1 the count now. Breaking ball way outside. 2-2 the count now. Comes the pitch from Polacek. There's a ball into right field. So Nolan the 4th with a base hit. It's going to bring up Santiago. Right field. Santiago will step in. Swing and a miss of that pitch. Top of the 7th inning action. 9-8 the lead for the Blue Devils. Polacek on for another inning of work. Out in front of that is Santiago. So 2 strikes on Santiago. Oh, and 2 the count on him. Toss over. Back in safely is Nolan the 4th. Comes the 0-2. Got him picked off. And picked off is Nolan the 4th. So 0-2 the count on Santiago. Strike 3 called. Santiago thought that was a little bit low, but nonetheless, 2 outs now in the inning. That's going to bring up Wojda. Wojda's reached on a base on balls. A hit by pitch. Had a a single for 2 RBI, and then grounded out on a 6-3. So 1 for 2 on the day. Takes a strike on the outside corner. Comes the wind. There's a little bit outside on that pitch. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. That's down low and outside, so 2-1 the count. There's a breaking ball right down into the zone. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning action. So ground ball headed at the third baseman. Mejia up with it and over to Bell at first place for the 6-3 ground out. No runs on 1 hit for the Blue Devils. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Blue Devils leading 9-8. Stay with us. We got a good one. I'll be back. All right, to the bottom of the 7th we go. 9-inning scheduled game. Dooley back for another inning of work. Breaking ball sails a little bit low. Dooley from Kansas City, Missouri. That's another pitch down low. 2-0 the count. Bottom of the seventh inning action. Blue Devils leading 9-8. That's outside all the way back to the screen. Jose Quintana, Phillips, and Kraft scheduled up for the Metropolitan Community College Wolves. They trail by 1 here in the bottom of the seventh. There's a strike, bottom part of the zone right down the middle. It's going to be out of play. One hopper back to the pitcher. That's grabbed by Dooley. He hands it over to Santiago for the 1-3 ground out. It's going to bring up Phillips. Phillips has a base hit, a sac fly, and a fly out. So 1 for 2 on the day for the center fielder, Chase Phillips. Misses inside, 1-0 the count. Misses just a little bit low. 2-0 the count. Misses inside. 3-0 the count. 1 out after the one hopper back to Dooley. And misses for ball 4. So a 1 out walk, and that's going to bring up Kraft. Kraft has grounded back to the pitcher, been hit by a pitch and grounded out to Perry at third. Little toss over that was pretty close over there, closer than I thought it was going to be. Back in safely is the center fielder, Chase Phillips. Swing and a miss. First pitch. Swinging and missing is the catcher, Zach Kraft. 0-1 the count on him. Toss over to first. Nothing much going on over there. Santiago with a haphazard tag and then drops the ball. Wasn't in time anyway. Phillips safe. 1 out. 1 on. 0-1 the count. Foul ball headed up here by the vehicles on the berm. So 0-2 the count on the catcher, Zach Kraft. It's a ground ball. Nice job just stroking through the right-hand side and going first to third is Phillips. So Kraft takes it the opposite way, drives it right through to right field. It's going to bring up Belton. Bus out with the first and third defense we're going to have. Belton had a home run his last time up, was hit by a pitch for an RBI, squares to bunt, pulls back, takes ball one. 1-0 the count. So Carter Belton, the left fielder, he is 1 for 2 on the day with a couple of RBIs. One on a hit by a pitch, one on a home run to right field. Squares to bunt, pulls back again, and takes ball 2. Two and 0 the count. And there's a strike, squared to bunt. Strike called. 2-1 the count. There's a ball, gets away. That's going to score a run on the wild pitch. That's going to tie things up. That's going to get a visit to the mound. So the 1 run is in. Still just 1 out. Runners at first and second. I'll be back. All right, the pitching change has been made. Internet not playing so well. I hope that you're getting a look at this. Number 41, Dylan Blazer, comes in for the Blue Devils. Back to second, nothing going on over there. Dylan Blazer is from Shawnee, Kansas. Blazer has a .93 ERA. That misses just a little bit inside. Blazer has a 1-1 record, has 6 appearances, 9.2 innings pitched. .93 ERA. That misses just a little bit inside. Ball's going to be out of play. 1-2 the count. Still just 1 out. We're tied up at 9 here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. There's a breaking ball. Froze him up for the punch out. So Belton goes down on strikes. It's going to bring up Morris. Morris has been called out on strikes, had an RBI base on balls, and struck out. Squares to bunt, makes an attempt, and strike is called. And struck out. 0-1 the count. One and one the count now. Runners at first and second, 2 outs now. Dylan Blazer on in relief for the Blue Devils. There's a ball pulled way over toward the third base dugout. The 7th pitcher used by the Blue Devils. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. So 1 run in the inning to tie it up at 9. We go to the top of the 8th inning. This one's all tied. Stay with us. Hopefully the internet will stay with us and keep things going. We're all tied up at 9. All right, the pitching change has been made by the Wolves. Number 22, Diego de Santiago, has come into the game. He will face Tolk, Perry, and Towns for the Blue Devils. First pitch is outside and low, ball one. Diego de Santiago has a 10.0 ERA. 1-0 the count. There's a strike right through there. Tolk has reached on a fielder's choice, had an RBI base hit, a base hit, and reached on an error that yielded a run. That's low and inside, so 2-1 the count on Sawyer Tolk. There's a ball headed right back up the middle. So a leadoff base hit by Sawyer Tolk, and he is 3 for 5 on the day. It's going to bring up Cade Perry. So we're all tied up at 9, top of the 8th inning action, 9 innings scheduled game. There's a strike at the knees. Cade Perry's been hit by a pitch, was out on a fielder's choice, or reached on a fielder's choice, struck out, and then an RBI double his last at bat. That was in the 5th. So 1-1 the count. Toss over to first. Tagged by Bell, but not in time on Sawyer Tolk. Comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss on that. Actually, a foul into the glove of the catcher, Kraft, by De Santiago. Swing and a miss. Ball gets away from Kraft, the catcher, but first base is occupied. That's going to bring up Carter Towns. He came on for Kaimi after he was hit in the helmet by a pitch. He grounded back to the pitcher his first time up. Towns started the day batting 188. Runner goes swinging a miss, and the stolen base by Tolk. So 0-1 the count. They've got 1-0 on the board, but I believe it's 0-1. Yes, the umpire holding that up. 0-1 the count on the swing and the miss. That's way outside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Each team looking for a run. 1 run to take the lead here as we're all tied up at 9 here in the top of the 8th. There's a ball headed into right field. That's a base hit, going to hold him at third. He had to go back and be sure that ball was going to be down, but Towns with the base hit into right field. Now we've got runners at the corners with 1 out. Blue Devils had 9 runs on 14 hits. That's their 15th hit there. And the Wolves, they have their 9 runs on just 7 hits. So that's going to bring up Harrison Barham. He's grounded out, had a bunt hit, and flew out and reached on a base on balls. So he's officially 1 for 3 on the day. Strike is called. Barham pulled back, thought it was a little low, but still a strike called. So 0-1 the count on Barham. Squares to bunt and pulls back again. Scoreboard shows 2-0, but I believe it's 1-1. Yes, there's the umpire showing 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Diego De Santiago on the mound in relief. It's going to be a throw over to first, back in safely. Over there is Towns. Way inside, pulls it back. 2-1 the count. Foul ball. So 2-2 the count. Two balls, 2 strikes, and an out. Blue Devils trying to get this run home. Barham trying to get a bunt down, but 2 strikes now. Toss over to first. Back in safely. Over there is Towns. Barham did not tip his hat as far as bunt on that pickoff attempt. Coach is going to get a visit to the mound. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and an out. Runners at the corners, 1 out. Coach from Metropolitan Community College Wolves wanting a visit. It looks like there's going to be maybe not necessarily a change, but Coach Goldbeck rallying his troops over here to visit about how they're going to handle this. Coach is through on the mound. De Santiago is in the game in relief for Polachek, Witt, and Veach of the Wolves. Runners at the corners for the Blue Devils. 2-2 the count. Thank you for watching today. Enjoyed being this close to home. Do it again. And there's low and ball 3. So 3-2 the count now. Bluffing with the steal. There was Towns, but then put on the brakes. Count is full. That's down low and ball 4. So the bases are loaded for Bus. Looks like Coach is going to make some type of a change. Maybe a pinch hitter here. So we will get a pinch hitter. Bases are loaded, 1 out. Coming out for the pinch hit opportunity here. So the pinch hitter, number 8, Arthur Alvarez, will come in to pinch hit for Bus. So swinging and fouls that one away. Back over to the right. So quickly 0-1 the count on Alvarez. Alvarez without a hit so far. Not sure how many plate appearances. That's up high. Had only 2 at-bats without a hit so far. Coach Golbeck opting to give him a shot here, something he's probably seen in practice. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. That's up high for ball 2. Bases are loaded. I had lost track of our runner at second base. He was hidden behind the umpire on me. 2 balls and a strike now on Alvarez. High and inside, so 3-1 the count. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, bases full of Blue Devils. Top of the 8th inning action. Blue Devils trying to get the lead back. Swing and a miss of that heater. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, and an out now. There's a ball just out to the shortstop, Sosa Quintana. That for the second out of the inning. So back to the top of the order, and Spencer Smock. He's had a couple of walks, a strikeout, a fly out, and a base hit. So 1 for 3 on the day with a base hit and a couple of walks. Swing and a miss of that first pitch. So 0-1 the count on the center fielder, Spencer Smock. Diego D. Santiago on the mound for the Wolves. That's outside and the ball, so that wild pitch is going to score the run that puts the Blue Devils ahead. So that makes it 10-9. So 1-1 the count. So a run in on the wild pitch. There's a foul ball backing over the top of us. One run on a couple of hits so far here in this inning. Comes the 1-2. That's down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Blue Devils trying to get a second run of insurance here. Top of the 8th inning action. Foul ball up to the berm. We'll do the 2-2 again. There's a ball headed to deep center field. And that ball is out for a 3-run home run by Spencer Smock. The center fielder, Phillips, just short, runs out of room out in center field. So 3 more runs in, and that should make it 13. 13-9. We're going to get another pitching change. 4 runs in the inning. Blue Devils with the 13-9 lead with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. I'll be back. Pitching change is being made by the Wolves. Trenton Mitchell, number 19, comes in relief. Mitchell has a 6.55 ERA as he comes in. The bases were emptied by that 3-run home run by Spencer Schmock. That's going to bring up Freddie Nolan the fourth. Blue Devils have regained the lead here with 4 runs in the inning. 3-run home run and a wild pitch that brought home the go-ahead run. So Nolan the fourth steps in. He takes high and inside for ball 1. He is 4 for 5 on the day with 3 base hits, a double, and the double had an RBI. That's high and inside. 2-0 the count on Freddie Nolan the fourth. Fouls that one away. 2-1 the count now. There's a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. That misses a little bit outside. There's a base hit by the third baseman. Mejia. So down to second base. After that, ball shoots past the backhand side of Mejia, and Nolan the fourth is 5 for 6 on the day. That misses outside for ball 1. Comes the pitch from Mitchell. That falls a little bit low. 1-0 the count. 2-0 the count now. Swing and a miss, so 2-1 the count. Foul ball back. Actually, foul ball down. Nolan Hertzke with the pinch hit for Santiago. Misses a little bit outside. There's a ball that's going to be on the infield. That's going to be an infield hit by Hertzke, Nolan Hertzke. So he gets an infield hit. Moves the runner over to third. That's going to bring up Woida. Woida's going to be up there with 2 outs and runners at the corners. Woida is 1 for 3 with a 2 RBI base hit into right field, a couple of ground outs, a walk, and a hit by pitch. There's a little roller nubber over by Coach Goldbeck. 0-1 the count on Woida. Runner goes to second and going to be safe at home. So the Blue Devils do the patented, we're going to run and see if we can steal a run. And they did. So Nolan, the fourth, scores on the steal attempt. So Woida has an 0-1 count on him. I need to get to my score here. It's 14-9. I believe I'm 1 behind. There's 1-1 the count. 2 outs. Runner at second base is Hertzke. That ball's going to be down behind the dugout, or down behind first base, may be able to be caught, and is a foul ball. Can't see down there behind the dugout. (14-9). The internet just gets good, and then it gets bad, then it gets good. I apologize for that, but Starlink does what it does. It usually does me pretty well. If you're having trouble, sorry about that. There is strike 3 called. So Woida is punched out on strikes. The Blue Devils send 9 hitters to the plate. They score 5 runs on 5 hits. They now lead 14-9. We go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Blue Devils leading 14-9. I'll be back. All right, to the bottom of the 8th we go. Blue Devils leading 14-9. Blazer back for another inning of work. all the way back to the screen. That misses just for a ball. That's a pretty good pitch right there, but Seth Mahia with the leadoff walk. It's going to bring up Broxton Cole. He's 1 for 2 on the day, a couple of base on balls and a base hit. He takes a strike. Broxton's been the designated hitter this game. There's a strike called 0-2 the count. Comes the 0-2. Misses outside with the breaking ball, does Blazer. 1-2 the count. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. That's going to bring up Jackson Bell. Breaking ball right through there for a strike called. One ball, one strike, one out, one on. There's a base hit into right field. So Bell with the base hit. It's going to bring up Sosa Quintana. 1 out, runners at first and second. Foul ball back to the screen. Sosa Quintana has struck out a couple of walks and grounded back to the pitcher, so he is 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. Swing and a miss there, made an opportunity. 0-2. Check swing on a ball that might have hit him if he was able to hold off, but was not. 0-2 the count again. Jesus Sosa Quintana waits on that, slaps it down the right field line. Plenty deep, but plenty foul. So, fifth pitch of the at-bat coming. The count is 0-2. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Blazer on the mound. Another foul ball back and out of play. So Sosa Quintana hanging tough. We'll do the 0-2 for the 4th time. Foul ball back and over the top of me. We'll do the 0-2 for the 5th time. The dugout is headed to find foul balls. We'll do the 0-2 again. Runners at first and second, 1 out. And finally gets the swing and a miss. So a base on balls, strikeout, a base hit, and a strikeout, 2 outs to Chase Phillips, the center fielder. Phillips is 1 for 2 on the day. Had a sac bunt for an RBI and a double. Only time he's made out's been on a fly ball to Smock in center field. 1-0 the count on Chase Phillips. Called on the check swing, called a strike. So 1-1 the count. Strike 2 called, 1-2 the count. Phillips didn't think that was in the zone, but nonetheless ruled a strike. Just a little bit outside with that curveball. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, Blue Devils leading by 5. And a tag out, check swing for a strike. So 3 strikeouts in the inning. No runs on 1 hit. And we go to the top of the 9th inning. Blue Devils leading by 5. Stay with us. We got a good one. We're almost done. We'll be back. Pitching change has been made by the Wolves. Trey Payne, number 37, will come on. Talk, Perry, and Towns scheduled up for the Blue Devils. Strike first pitch by Trey Payne. Strike called. Talk is 3 for 5. Couple of RBIs and a bunt hit in there. Misses outside, 1-1 the count. Talk playing shortstop with Pechoric out. On a Tuesday, Talk may have been playing short anyway. Tuesday is the game to get some playing time for your kids to get them ready to play in case they have to come in. 2-2 the count. In the dirt. 3-2 the count. To the shortstop, Sawyer Talk. So pop up over in front of the first base dugout. That's taken care of by Bell at first base. It's going to bring up Cade Perry. Perry is 1 for 4 with a double and an RBI. That ball misses outside, 1-0 the count. Wind starting to pick up a little more abrupt here. Blowing out to dead center. If you can see the flag out there. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. That's up high for ball 2, 2-1 the count. Perry moved over to first base when a couple of the pitch hitting happened. There's a ball into shallow right field. And the second baseman, Schmidt, goes out to take care of that. That's going to bring up Towns. Towns takes a strike. He's 1 for 1 since coming in. Had a base hit to right field. 1-1 the count now. That's inside, 2-1 the count. Three and 1 the count now. That's low and outside. There's a strike called, so 3-2 the count now. On Carter Towns. That's up high for ball 4. So a 2-out walk issued. It's going to bring up Harrison Barham. He's 1 for 3 on the day, a couple of walks and a base hit bunt. That misses outside, 1-0 the count. One and 0 the count. There's a toss over to first. Back in safely is Towns. Thank you for watching and or listening today. I appreciate you. 1-0 the count. Blue Devils leading 14-9 here in the top. There's a ball headed down the left field line, and that's going to be foul. Sorry for not pulling the camera over, but could see that it was going to be foul, but it was still a pretty good stroke down the left field line. It wasn't foul by a ton. 1-1 the count. It's outside. 2-1 the count. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner goes. Fouled wide of third base and Coach Goldbeck down there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Breaking ball misses outside. So 3-2 the count now. There's a ball headed into deep left center. And that's going to be taken care of by Phillips, the center fielder. So no runs on no hits in the 9th inning. We go to the bottom half of the 9th. The Blue Devils lead by 5, 14-9. We'll be back. All right, pitching change has been made for the Blue Devils. We are in the bottom of the 9th. Caden Howell from Lansing, Kansas will come in. He has a 1.69 ERA. Scheduled up for having a pinch hitter, number 10 here. Number 10 is Cooper Seeloff. He will pinch hit for Kraft. Outside, 2-1 the count. Seeloff starts today batting .500, but he has a small sample size. 3-1 the count. He has 2 appearances with 1 base hit. Had an RBI on that particular base hit as well. There is a swing and a miss, so 3-2 the count on Seeloff. Foul ball up onto the berm. And a base on balls to pinch hit Seeloff. Carter Belton. He is 1 for 3 with a home run, solo home run, as well as a hit by pitch with the bases loaded for an RBI. Caden Howe pitched to him. There's a chopper at the shortstop. He's up with it and over. So we get the fielder's choice. Talk to Barham and over. So a 6-4 for the first out of the inning. It's going to bring up Colin Morris. He'll be up there with 1 out. Bottom of the 9th inning action. Breaking ball, breaks sharply outside. I think we have another pinch hitter here. If I can get that number, they're not. They must have reported that one before they went to hit, so I missed out on that. Want to know the count. Belton back in over there at first. Want to know the count? There's a breaking ball, stayed up a bit. Swing and a miss. Throw over to first base, back in safely is Belton. Believe the pinch hitter to be Peyton Mitchell. Little check swing down and inside. Ruled a ball. There's a strike called. Peyton Mitchell is the pinch hitter. Three balls, 2 strikes, and an out. Swing and a miss for the strikeout. So back to the top of the order. Carson Schmidt. He was the second baseman in this game. He's 1 for 3. Had a base hit. First pitch to him is a ball. He reached on a base on balls. 1 for 3 on the day for Schmidt. Way outside. That's going to be a wild pitch. Let the runner move to second. Schmidt squared the bunt, pulled it back. Down to the last out are the Metropolitan Community College Wolves. They trail 14-9. High and inside. Runner headed to third. Made a double clutch or might have had a chance to get him. Colton Kirkham behind the plate for the Blue Devils. There's a base on balls to Smith. That'll bring up Seth Mejia, the third baseman. Mejia and Sosa Quintana switched at third and short partway through the game. There's a strike outside corner at the knees on Mejia. Oh and 1 the count. That's down low. 1-1 the count. Mejia is 2 for 5 on the day, a double and a single. Breaking ball, and yes, he did. So 1-2 the count. So for the time being, the Wolves down to their last strike. 1-2 the count, 2 outs. Caden Howe would like to end it right here with a strikeout. That stays up and in just a little bit. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 on to Seth Mejia. It's a high fly ball into right field. Doubt if we'll be able to see that. But that's a fair ball, and that's caught by the right fielder, Nolan the fourth, to end this one. So the final for this one is 14-9. The Blue Devils hang on and get the lead back out. Get this changed to final on the scoreboard. The Blue Devils win it. On Thursday, Neosho, the links will be sent out to the parents. You go to 4ts.com, you'll be able to see the links as well. And then on Saturday, I'll be back at it with the 2 home games on Saturday. So the Blue Devils win this one 14-9. I appreciate you, those that watch and or listen. Thanks so much. Have a great evening. Be safe going home. We'll catch you next time.